just in traffic. I'm trying to keep my peace.
Absolutely. I mean, you came in pretty hot with that. I don't know, are you an alcoholic and this is why that means you were still right?
Like, what the fuck is going on?
She's lucky I didn't choose violence this morning when I woke up. She can handle herself.
So today is the first day that they opened the subway that goes from downtown to Beverly Hills.
What? That's amazing.
Yeah, so we'll see. Traffic is a little bit lighter, but it is a Friday, so.
What's it called? I had no idea they were even creating that. That's amazing. The D line?
Yeah.
Getting on the D? I'm so happy to hear that. That's so cool.
Well, I think it's going to be funny. All those stuffy people in Beverly Hills, it's like, welcome to what we have to deal with in Hollywood Hills. All those people are going to have access to Rodeo Drive. Y'all are going to be getting chased out of ballet. All those homeless people are going to make their way over to your side of town, and then now you're going to have to force to deal with the issue. So I think it's going to be funny. It's like, could you imagine if Park Avenue never had any subway access, and then now?
Beverly's gonna be pissed.
Yep, you're gonna be getting people going through your trash cans in the Beverly Hills flats.
Easily accessible now. Look at that.
Yeah.
It's a nice subway station, though.
All you people with showers outside of your pools.
That must suck, though, to be in California, kind of homeless person in your pool.
You'll be coming home, some freaking homeless person's showering and washing her twat in your pool shower. Welcome to our reality. Goodness. I can't wait. But yeah, no, it's fun for me, girl. You know, I feel on a very positive attitude. I'm not even, you know.
And you will be here.
Speak over what?
Speak over yourself.
Encourage what?
Encourage yourself.
Where? In the Lord.
In the Lord.
What a blessing.
I'm about to throw the Bible.
Who was that?
Don't throw the Bible. The doors of the church are closed at this time. No ushers, close the doors. No movement, no movement, no movement. No movement. Have a seat, have a seat. Y'all ready for tithes and offering? Please get your seed in your hand. Amen. I'm gonna bless this.
I'm sorry.
Hey,
what did you say? Get what in your hand?
Get the seed. Prepare the
I
seed.
recommend if you get the seed in your hand, you go right to the sink. You don't want it to get all over the room. So if you ever have seed in your hand, just you want to wipe that off because it begins to smell over time. Just get rid of the seed right away. That's
Really?
Yeah, you don't want seed in your hand. Yeah.
Well, you gotta harvest it.
Oh my God!
Well,
I just caught that. Jesus Christ!
Seed for some of
Oh Lord,
us is we're too old to have more kids. So a lot of time you harvest the seed in an egg and a harvest, and then the fruit is a niglet. I'm post niglets.
Oh Jesus Christ!
Well, Jesus never did that. Although there's a book of the Bible that suggests that Jesus may have in fact had
Just
children.
chill, sis.
Because when I say something, it's you know what?
centered, upholding patriarchy people is fine. It's fine.
Okay, let's just stay on the river.
Yeah.
Let's not go out.
Y'all are.
Sure, who would like to speak?
No, go ahead.
No, just asked to speak. Go ahead, Just.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No, ladies first.
He's giving it to you, Brooklyn. He's giving it to you. Go ahead, take it.
I just wanted to say, when y'all was doing the praise session of this portion of this segment, y'all know how the chat suggests rooms to go in. It was a Christian space that you could come chill. Came up. I thought that was cool. Okay, yeah.
This was like, I guess this is like news. Did y'all see the White House put out their 2026 counterterrorism plan, or at least like I guess like their bullet. The ones, I mean, the main three that they're claiming are, let's see, it was on page 3. It says identify terror actors and plots before they happen. I'm sorry, that's wrong page. Narco and transnational gangs, legacy Islamist terrorists, and then the funny one, violent left-wing extremists, including anarchists and anti-fascists. So those are the top 3 terroristic threats that the White House has deemed on their high priority list, and those are the ones they plan to focus on within the coming part of the administration. And then I put the document in the chat. It's like a whole 16-page thing where they kind of go over what they identify as such. They're calling the left-wing extremists the people who killed Charlie Kirk, and it goes on to talk about their some of their efforts, including how they blew up the drug cartels in the sea, and then that military operation they did in Africa, specifically Nigeria, with I think it was ISIS. But yeah, so just kind of going over all these things, and I thought it was interesting. But really, what stuck out to me was just the left-wing extremists and the anti-fascists, because I thought being anti-fascist was good in America, but I don't know.
And Virginia militia. How did you come to that conclusion, sir? For the first time. That they have for the.
So what's the TLDR?
What is TLDR?
Oh. Too long didn't read. Oh, you don't know that?
No, I'm over 50 years of age. No, I'm not reading it. It's just they dump all those files. I put the link in the chat earlier. Anybody wants to look at it. Apparently, Trump, the feds had on aliens, and then they're also going to release the information about extraterrestrials. So it's every time I see something with war.gov, IPT, and so this is what Obama was talking about when he was on that. Was he on Jimmy Kimmel or something recently? And he kind of said there's no little green men. And then I think, what's his name? The black guy, Neil. He kind of poo-pooed the whole thing. There's nothing really that's going to come out of it. But there it is. If anybody wants to look at the UFO files that they're releasing.
Well, so if there's no takers on the alien thing, I see Wayne Brady went after Bill Maher. How do you say his name? Maher? Saying he's a racist. Bill Maher. Okay.
Wait, isn't that an old story? I mean, he is a racist,
I don't know.
but I thought Wayne Brady went after him a while ago.
Oh, was it a while ago? Let me see. It says 9
I mean,
hours
you should keep
ago.
going after him, but maybe it was just
Comic Wayne Brady unloads on Bill Maher
Sorry, this is my Boston accent. Mar.
Okay, whatever. Over jokes about Obama. So he made jokes about Obama, I guess, recently or something.
Is he racist? He dated Superhead.
Who?
Bill Maher.
Bill Maher?
That doesn't mean anything.
Well, he was so
racist. That's
I'm being facetious, people. Jesus Christ. I'm sorry, it's raining, but I was making a joke.
All right, so let me just take a moment out for a minute. We're coming up on the 12 o'clock hour. Yes, it is Friday. Today is May 8th, 2026. It is Mother's Day weekend. If you haven't already gone out and got your mothers, wives, sisters, cousins, nieces, whatever, flowers, then maybe you might want to do that. Think ahead. But if you would pay attention to the pinned item here, if you click on it, that is an X before the crash. That means no crash out Friday. This week has been absolutely different. Is the word I'll use. I'll use different. A lot of different characters came to visit us, and the ghost of crash outs was amongst us. So today, before we started, the stage has been blessed, and I just wanted to say happy Friday to everyone. I hope this day finds you well. Please come in with a positive attitude and an open mind and a kind heart, and have a wonderful day. If I don't see you or speak to you anymore today, I want to make sure I say that before we move forward. Yeah, I didn't know anything about. I'm sorry. I do recall him kind of messing with her. Now, are you saying that they were in a dating relationship, or were they just screwing?
No, they were out and about. I think there was the only weirder relationship I saw was 50 Cent and Chelsea Handler. That was also an odd. Do y'all remember that? Mm-hmm. That was, yeah. They looked both quite happy together, actually. But yeah.
So Mar joked in 2010 that rather than making fun of Obama for being a gangster, he was President Wayne Brady. Huh? Brady spoke to Sarah Jones on her podcast, America, Who Hurt You, where they discussed Dave Chappelle calling out Mar in his latest comedy special. The Whose Line Is It Anyway? Star flat out said the HBO host was a racist. So I don't even know what's going on between or behind the scenes on this thing. So yeah, I guess this is something they just gonna keep coming after one another moving forward. I don't know. In other news, it seems like a friend of Cynthia Bailey, who was a fashion designer, Keith Brewster, he has passed away. Does anybody know that? He's gone. He went on to glory. Guess nobody knows.
It's covered now.
Oh, you think Hurricane might know? Why are you always putting Hurricane in the midst of this? He doesn't want to be a part of that.
He's fashion, isn't
he? Yeah, so that doesn't mean he wants to be
opera.
But that's the Real Housewives. I don't think Hurricane watches the Real Housewives.
Oh, I didn't know that was Real Housewives.
Yeah,
isn't she the designer? Wait a minute,
she on the
Cynthia
Real?
Bailey was a supermodel.
Yeah, but she's on the Real Housewives of Atlanta. Yeah.
Yeah,
like,
but she was talking about a designer who passed away, and like she was talking, she was sad about that. So the designer only designed for Real Housewives of Atlanta?
No, but that's been like her recent notoriety, like for what, the last decade or so?
But the emphasis is on the actual person who passed, which is the designer.
Oh, okay. Because they have those guys that are just on the show. But may he rest in.
What's his name again? First name?
Child, you would ask me that. I'm assuming, I will mess up the name. Kithe Brewster. Yes, it does. So is that Keith Brewster?
Brewer. It should be Brewer.
No, it's
Rewer. That's what it should be.
no, it's Brewster. I'm looking. It's is it Keith Brewster?
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm looking it up. I'm looking at Women's Wear Daily 2015.
BREWST?
Yeah,
Oh,
like Brewster's Millions. Yeah.
Oh, this MZ article got his name spelled wrong.
No,
I'm looking at
put it in
TMZ
chat.
as well. It's BRE.
Y'all looking at the headline. Go look at in the article. In the article, it says something completely different.
So this is
Oh, it does. Yeah, the headline
Yeah.
says Brewster, but then when you click on it, it says Brewer.
Yeah, that's why I was like, that's why I came up, because I was reading it as you were reading it, and I was like, wait a minute, it's two different names here. Okay, go ahead.
But you see the headline says Brewster.
Yeah, and in the link as well. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. As soon as you click inside of it, it says Brewer. So I don't know. Did he drop the S and the T? I don't know.
No, his name is still. I see it. I guess he was in New York Fashion Week 2016, and this is from Women's Wear Daily. From 2015, I guess he did a ready-to-wear collection, spring of 2016. But I've never heard of him, but that doesn't mean anything. May he rest in power.
TMZ wrong.
They've been making a lot of they labeled somebody else wrong and people were making fun of them. I can't remember who, but yeah, they were like, y'all need to hire some new black people or something. Not to misspell the man's name.
And
I'm pretty sure Cynthia spelled it.
It sounded like the editor was asleep.
There was a show, I think Dana Bash, she spoke with Keisha Lance. Is it Keisha Lance Bottoms?
Yeah.
People are missing Joe Biden more and more each day.
I don't want to hear that.
He endorsed her. She worked in his White House, and he endorsed her. She's running for governor, and will probably be the what's it called? Nominee for governor. Yeah.
Governor in
I
Georgia.
mean, not probably. I mean, almost certainly. Yeah.
Does she have a shot at winning?
Yeah.
Oh, good. I like her. I've never heard anybody from Atlanta say bad things about her.
All right. Well, my piece was just shot down, so I'm not going to say anything else.
No, you just started. You said she was on it last
Yeah,
time.
but did you hear somebody say I don't want to hear them? So I'm gonna shut.
No,
Spiritus always
that's
says
not about that. No, it wasn't about. It was about people saying, "Oh, I missed Joe Biden." Like that. Where the conversation was about that. Just the part about Joe Biden. People saying,
Y'all know Spiritus brain glitches. This was a glitch.
We do miss Joe Biden. I miss Joe Biden. Now, people saying we miss Barack come back to the White House. I think they need to move forward, but that was just last administration.
Well, first of all, one, let my brain glitch. Two, people have been saying they miss Joe
Why are
Biden
you whispering?
while at the office.
Oh, then go on mute.
Years. What? Hold on. Can I just finish my statement? Well, 4 years you were getting on Joe Biden's case, and now they're like, this is Democrats, Republicans, Independents. That's all. You done.
Yeah, but not the person who said that. The person who said that worked for him the entire 4 years.
I didn't know she was in. See.
It's a good thing that people are speaking like that in favor of Joe Biden, because now Trump and them
I'm
trying to
thinking
blame. Nigga, do you not hear me talking?
No.
Fuck. You know. Anyway. As of late, the Epstein administration has been blaming Joe Biden for the Iran thing, the gas prices and everything. So I think that it's good that they're speaking good towards him. Why you know what? White freedom.
I bet Tef is a mechanic and he smokes like cigars. Just saying. You sound like you say, now you know what's wrong, Randana, what you got? I'm sorry,
So I'm just putting out random things. I don't know if this is true or not, or if this is happening now, just recently. It says Tennessee Democrats burn Confederate flag in dramatic walkout over redistricting. Did y'all have that?
Yeah. Can I ask you where that source was? Because I saw the video. It was literally like somebody printed on a Xerox piece of paper the Confederate flag and they burned it. When I tell you it wasn't a flag, and it was the size of 8.5 by 11. Okay? And they want to go on about like this flag that's planted on some racist lawn. That's not what happened. It was a little postage stamp that they burned at the Capitol, and then he stamped it out.
but it did look pretty dramatic. Like the picture that I saw, and I think it was Justin Pearson, First Lady. I really like that young man. He is going to go very, very far.
His name is Justin Jones.
Justin Jones, I'm sorry. He is, I like him. I like his strength. I like his power. I like his defiance. So he basically stood there in the midst of all of that racism and hatred. And it was like a PDF, like he printed it and he lit his match and he just kind of stood up and like, this is what I think about this. And did y'all see the videos?
Well, it says, wait a minute, Tennessee State Representative Justin Jones burned a paper depicting the Confederate flag after a new redistricting map aimed at unseating the state's last Democratic representative.
Yeah. We're talking about Representative Pearson, one with the afro, right?
Oh, yeah, I didn't even catch that. Thank you, Black Struggle, because I was like, wait, maybe that is his name. Yeah.
You're right.
Okay, yeah, Pearson. And of course, I like him. He's smart and he's black. You should try it. And of course, I love black men. That is correct. So yes, I love him, actually. I don't just like him. But did y'all see the...
Wait a minute, that's changing the subject, because I don't know how you got on Pearson, because this guy's name is Justin Jones, and I was talking about the flag, but then Pearson. So who's Pearson again?
Justin Pearson is...
Yeah, he's the other Tennessee rep. Yeah, they're both Tennessee reps. I think that's why the confusion. Justin Jones is the. I don't know if he's black and Filipino, but he's the representative. He was the current representative for Nashville, but he's been I think his seat's been drawn out. Yeah. And then Pearson's seat is the last one that just got drawn out. They're the only two.
Which one is the one that's running to primary Cohen?
Nope.
Which one is it?
Oh, wait, my bad. Which one burned the flag? Because weren't they both there?
Probably.
So Justin Jones, sorry if I'm echoing y'all. So Justin Jones is the one that burned the flag. Justin Pearson is the one that's trying to unseat Cohen. But that won't happen. Sorry, I'm echoing y'all. I'm coming to a huddle room. Okay, so here's like a quick version of what's happening, if you don't mind me sharing this, First Lady. I don't want to get us off track from the paper burning yesterday. But a number of these...
It's okay, you don't have to apologize. You don't wear a slip. Anyone who wears a slip.
She's so refined. I love Tiffany's voice.
Listen, I was proud. I was given, civil rights icon yesterday, okay? Anyway, so what has been happening in Tennessee for a while is that they have been redrawing all of these districts very quietly, but it's been really tricky in how they do it. So you'll probably hear a lot about London Lamar, Her district was redrawn a couple years ago to put her against Tory Harris, and then a couple of other districts were redrawn like that. So with this whole piece of, I think some of the Dems knew they were going to attempt to redraw the maps, which is another reason that Justin Pearson was going to basically try to unseat Cohen, because of a number of things that happened here with XAI and all that. So a lot of the talk has been around the fact that Tennessee, the only blue dots in Tennessee that exist, if you go and look, are in Nashville and in Memphis. Memphis is the majority black city. So basically, they are trying to go back to some older districts, and would basically, it wouldn't erase the black vote. I just think it would essentially it would make us Republican forever. It would make it really difficult with the voter turnout for us to be able to ever go back to being a Democratic city. So, for example, we just had primaries, and only 18% of the vote came out for primaries. So, knowing that we already have low voter turnout and how they're redrawing the maps, it would make us basically more power would go to the rural part of the district, which would make us a Republican district. So Pearson is essentially going to have to drop out. So we have another guy, his name is like Brett Todd or something. He's basically like a community college graduate who was in, I think he's in Nashville. He's now decided that he wants to go against Cohen. So there's no way Justin's going to win against Cohen, because it's too big of a fight. We can't lose the only representation we've already had, because they're just going to basically say he's a young guy, he's a young kid with an afro. Nobody wants to be represented by a black man, especially now that we have a chance for us to have a Republican, district. So it's about to get ugly. It's really frustrating. But yes, Justin Jones and London and a couple others led a walkout. I love the signs that said "Kill the Klan." It was very direct, but they led a walkout. Justin Jones burned truly a 8.5 by 11 piece of paper that was a Confederate flag. He probably could have gotten a real one because they're literally everywhere here. But I think he also didn't want to get arrested, because if you remember, the Justins were also kicked out. They were censured 2 years ago. So it's a hot mess here in Tennessee, and people have said Memphis should leave the state, and I was like, I don't think that's going to work, but that's a whole other situation. But it's just been ugly and ridiculous here the last couple of days.
Tiffany, with the district where Memphis is, like, isn't that being stretched out by like 300 miles? And like, read something where like, I mean, it's going to be stretched out to like rural areas, but I heard like it's as large as like 300 miles inward the state. Is that accurate?
So I still haven't. I keep just seeing like screenshots of the map. I haven't actually seen a map, so I'm trying to get my hands on an actual map so I can look at it. But so there's I can't think of the name of the county, but there's a very rural county, like literally the people that are missing teeth that don't even have a chance at life, we would be grouped in with them. But it is a really wide district from what I've been told. So I don't know. It doesn't make sense. And then it would even split in some neighborhoods. From what I was told, it would split some neighborhoods right down the middle. Like literally one side of the street would be in one district and another would be in the other.
I think I put it in the chat. Is that it, Tiffany? So it says Tennessee U.S. Congress districts adopted May 7th. But look at how they've split up that green. Okay, so I see the 1, 2, I think it's 9 that people were saying was the weird one. But is that is crazy. Look at 5. You know what?
Yes, that's
the parts of that same society. We want to maintain this.
You're not listening to what I'm saying.
I actually really agree with Brother Rock.
So men, so let's say in a society where you're not suing for, you're not civil rights for like all men. Men all have them already. So let's say like a pre-suffrage society, a pre-women suffrage society. You have men who have equal rights. There could still be aggravating factors in a case where a man is violent towards another man. And I'm saying, okay, well, the intuition you want to play on now is, hey, in this egalitarian society, it seems like there's something wrong if, like, when a man beats up a woman viciously, we don't think that's an egregious crime. No, you still can in a feminist society. You still can in a completely equitable society. You still can, because we're not concerned with like everybody being seen as the exact same persons. They're all facsimiles of one another. What we're concerned with is that everybody
Right,
has
that's what I'm
basic
talking about.
rights.
Listen to the signal again. The man the woman who takes her cart and slams it into the back of my leg. Don't I also have rights? Don't I have these?
You actually don't have. You're actually not allowed to beat her up. You're not allowed to beat her up. I don't know if you know that. You're not allowed to violate.
And why not? And why not?
Because it's illegal. It's illegal. Right.
And
No, you can't do it to a man either. You can't do it to a man either.
No, I'm not talking about it.
Another woman over doing that.
Stop. I have the right to have legal protection just like the person who's the actual aggressor.
I think it's easy to. I think we expect others to operate based upon our moral framework, and that's just not reality.
Yeah, I think that's true. I think it kind of goes both ways. Where I think people who have an inclination to sort of be immoral tend to project that onto other people.
Yep.
In the same way that people who are good and decent people assume other people will be good and decent.
Or maybe that's what, who knows what the chicken before the egg with that, but everybody's got their own story they're going through. Just never know. I'm not saying we shouldn't have ideal, this is the ideal scenario. I just think we have a tendency to, if you walk around expecting others to adhere to your moral framework, you will be disappointed. And you will get an attitude about you that is not humble. Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, we were just resonating on what you said.
And though I don't disagree with what he's saying, I see this in my best friend too. I see her do it all the time, and I want to shake her out of it because it costs her so much.
What is she getting a little matrixy? Wanting to look good for other people?
No, not just that. No, more shake things off and give grace as easily.
Or is it me?
I probably am.
Oh, it's just computer.
I think if you have that mentality, you don't give grace as easily.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about? You don't have that?
That you will end up being the type of person that has a hard time giving grace.
What happened now? It's you, boo. I think right now it'd be a great break for
Kind of being stuck in that mindset of expecting people to act and operate based on their own individual moral framework, which I get and I agree with. Keegan's point was it's important that you stay desirable to everybody in the event that your marriage doesn't work out or you're widowed. And I just think it's silly to live in a framework where you feel like you have to maintain
being desirable to everybody. I think you should maintain being desirable for your partner. I think you should maintain yourself for your health. I don't think it has anything to do with everybody else around you.
I mean, devil's advocate, if you think that your wife has a similar sense of desire to the general population, then I guess you could make a claim that by staying desirable to the general population, you're staying desirable to your wife. But I don't understand why you wouldn't just like fast track that and figure out what your wife finds desirable specifically.
I do agree with what Keegan's saying there. I'm sorry, I should have been more clear. I like you, Keegan. I like Keegan a lot. I was simply making an observation that I do hear you, and I feel. I guess I'm making the point that I know you're still young too, and I just hear people doing this. I just think myself up for a lot of stress. Walking around thinking people shouldn't do certain things. It's too much.
Oh, you're saying you might not, you don't know if you agree or disagree, or maybe you do agree with my worldview, but it's that I shouldn't have this expectation for everyone.
Yes, that's exactly it. Yes, that's exactly.
Listen, I do think I run into the idea that idealistic. I believe that my worldview is the best worldview, which maybe is a young thing, maybe it's my ideology, but I understand. But I also, it kind of stems to we had a discussion in Chillism thing about Karens, and I said I actually think Karens are a good thing. Like, I think most Karens are good for society, right? They're trying to keep order, right? And our society has become more and more chaotic. We've lost more and more public decorum for each other. And I think that a lot of Karens are just saying, like, I saw a video. It was like a Karen, like, on a hike. It was a kind of busy hiking trail. You see, like, over, like, 10, 15 people cross you. That really is a pretty busy hiking trail. If you see over 15, 20 people cross in a matter of about 5-minute clip. And this group of, like, I think it was like 3 people are hiking. They're playing a lot of music. And she's like, hey, I don't want to listen to your guys' music. Do you guys mind turning down your music? And they're like, oh, what are you, a Karen? And she's like, oh, don't do that to me. Like, come on. And they get like a little argument. And they just end up turning up their music and walking away from her and be like, what a Karen. And, they're recording her. But, I'm like, I kind of agree with her. Like, she's just saying, hey, like, and I understand the idea of, like, just let them be. They're not harming anybody. But I also think there's something about, like, trying to be like, hey, guys, like, we all live in this society. We all live in, you guys are my community. And, like, let's just all respect each other. And, I understand it was maybe kumbaya crap.
It was very shocking earlier hearing how hard it was for people to hear that message. It was really concerning for me, I don't think that we're being an authority figure to each other if we remind each other, crowding around me at the ice cream line, and I say, hey, buddy, there's a line here. You might say, oh, sorry, okay, thanks. You might just get in line. It could be as simple as that. It doesn't have to be, I'm going to stab you in the heart like Carmela.
Yeah, I feel like that's where my ideology comes from. Is like, I'm like, oh, maybe I, found out, like, have these, like, all or nothing ideology, where it's like, you should do this, you need to do this, or it's harmful, and maybe I'm wrong, whatever. But I think it stems from the ideology of, like, the Karen ideology. I have a Karen ideology. I am someone who, when I see disruptive behavior in public, I will call them out. I will say something. I'm not someone to be like, oh, like, it's whatever, like, I go, oh, okay, they're being disruptive. I'm going to go let them know they're being disruptive to me. And I hope that they hear me as a person and they go, oh, okay, I won't be disruptive anymore. And, I feel like we've kind of, and I think maybe it's like, maybe this is the difference between, like, people who live in a city and people who don't, right? Like, suburban lifestyle is just much slower. And, like, we're like, oh, like, let's all just be neighborly. the Midwest, very neighborly. The Midwest is a very neighborly community. And maybe that's just a...
Vero, did you see in the New York Post, they had an article about the terror at this apartment building in the Bronx? Did you see this?
No, I didn't. You broke up just a tad bit. Something in the Bronx, what?
It was the tenant from hell. And it was an article in the New York Post like yesterday. Let me find it. It's this like tranny young person who is stealing everyone's packages, tried to blow up the building. Like he left all of his gas burners on in his apartment all day long, and also like apparently has multiple personalities and wears a different wig depending on which other tenant in the building he wants to harass that day. I think they're afraid to go in and out of the building. He's been like arrested at least 5 times just for harassing his neighbors in the building, and he hasn't paid rent since 2024. But they're trying to get him out.
I like a New York City Karen. I'm a New York City Karen. I wouldn't be like a Karen in Keegan's sense. I'd be in a New York kind of way, where it's for the safety of others, really. Like if someone tries to come into your door after you, like you use your key, you open your building door, and someone tries to come up behind you. No. I don't know you. I don't know you. You live here? Oh, you a Karen? Yeah, I'm a Karen. We're good on it. You live here? What? I'm not gonna have a package store, someone stabbed, breaking into shit, going on a rooftop doing crack up there. Like, I have to think that when you, I love that people weaponize the trend, right? So because for their own, because a Karen basically is somebody who is not doing the right, not necessarily doing the right thing. They're doing it in a way that's ridiculous, that's out of line, that's offensive, that that's all the bad things. Usually racist or judgmental, things like that.
Swash pharmaceutical industry and how they own the health insurance companies that also own the pharmacies, that also own the doctor's offices, but like they have.
They've just gone nuts. I don't agree with that, but you can understand the concept, the level of conviction these people have to do this, to see the dead as cake, and to see cake as shit, and to see shit as strawberry, and to see that all in one and find that as enticing as Adam was enticed by the fruit. That's pretty powerful.
Not for nothing, but when my boss leaves, I don't want to be here anymore. Like, as soon as he leaves, I leave. Like, there's no reason for me to still be here if my boss left for the weekend. Like, why the fuck would I still? I'm leaving. Like, every minute I'm here after he's gone, I'm like, leave. I'm leaving. I'm here after he's gone.
Traffic, might as well stay a few more hours and fuck around on Clubhouse and get paid for it. Unless you get salary.
I'm still gonna get. Well, I get hourly rate, but it is kind of salary. So I'm guaranteed 40 hours, and then the overtime.
See, they made the military hourly. Everybody would fucking join the military. The biggest trick about the military is the salary part. That's when you realize you got duped.
What are you talking about? The salary part is the best part. These guys retire getting like fucking 15 grand a month. What are you talking about?
Oh, veterans?
Yeah. I mean, the high ranked ones.
20 fucking years, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
If they would have worked those hours in a private sector, they would be fucking millionaires.
Depends on Lamar.
You can. In the military, by the time you're coming out, you can. But I promise you,
You would have made double, triple that. They enslave you, bro. Military slavery.
That's okay. Come work for me. I'll fucking slave your ass too.
That's why I call you a soldier. I know your life. I know how it is. I put on a fucking uniform and drag my ass out. I understand, bro.
No, I mean, in the beginning, I'm gonna tell you, like, you know, oh, we're boys, but I'm still your boss.
Dude, I'm totally about change. It kicks in. It's natural to me. I don't see that. You have a higher rank. That's it.
The thing is, right? This is the thing, and I want to tell this to you.
One guy's higher us, bro.
To what's his name again? Al Lester. What's his name? John. Alistair Crowley. Alistair Crowley.
Yeah, I'm here.
Alistair Crowley. Let me tell you something.
I'm here.
You know what the most difficult position to play is? Is to know when to play the number 2 out. It is so important.
To play the number 2 out?
Yes, the number 2. Like, so for example, when somebody comes in and he outranks you, you have to instantly put yourself in number 2 mode. And I'm being dead serious, bro. Because
I know.
This is like a major thing that people don't get. And if you know how to play the number 2 guy, it strengthens your number 1 guy. Like, it strengthens you as the number 1 guy. I don't know how to explain it. It's just like, you have to know how to play your position well.
Number 1 should be given the vibe of number 1. That's, but you know, if you're always
never, and I don't like being the number 1.
Well, it's an hourly rate, but it is kind of solid.
Nobody wants to be the
some guarantee 40 hours.
Number 1 guy is the guy who can, when it all hits something, shit happens, it's on him. He's your fall guy, and he's the guy who's expected to Superman at a moment. So if they fail at that, then they're not going to be the number 1 guy anymore. You know, this is going to fall down to the second.
You want to know something? You want to know something I learned? It's they know who to execute at the right time.
Yeah. They have that eye.
Yeah.
Are you talking about concrete, Megatron?
No, I don't know what concrete you're talking about. What, like physical concrete? Like
concrete work, not the guy. No. Like working on concrete.
No, I'm not talking about that.
No, he's talking about relationships.
When somebody's there and he outranks you, you have to know how to play your position well. This way, you work in unison. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well,
Alistair Crowley.
See,
they can't handle that. They can't.
They can't handle that.
In the military.
What's your name?
In the military, you stand in a position. So if you're standing next to a superior officer, you stand at like the bottom left. So you actually position yourself in a place of respect, and it's in the protocol. So you are basically like geolocated to show your inferiority, and it's just, you know, that's the thing about rank and hierarchy. Hierarchy is like in America, we definitely have a caste system, or like a 4-slot system, meaning that like we have military, law, political, and medical, or even banking. So it's like 5 slots. But you know, I put some poetry about Ezekiel's spaceship. I used grok. I hope you enjoy it. Hope you have a great weekend. And, you know, I agree with you. When my boss is on a hammock drinking an iced tea while I'm in a cubicle and I'm very upset about that, and he's laughing and having a good old time.
Well, then you're so far from number 2. If you're in the cubicle, you're not even number 2, bro. So just don't even bring it up. Just let it to wash, bro.
Yeah, that should be your dream.
Yeah.
A dream?
You should be getting your boss a fucking drink. That's what you should be.
You should be like, man, hook me up. Like,
idiot. You should be getting a fucking drink.
Honestly, if you're not trying to steal
number 2 priority.
consume more because they expect you to do more. And so the more you can do, the more you can, all of a sudden, you're one of them. And then they wake up to it and then they realize, holy shit, this guy knows everything we know. And that's when they freak out. Now,
I mean,
my thing has always been, they catch on to me by the time I'm like close to number 2. And that's when they realize that this guy has ambition. He doesn't want to just be a Sora. He wants to be number 1. So if I was to go work for Barth, everything he's doing now, a year, and I would give him number 2, and he would chill, his balls would be spread, he'd be like, man, I'd never relaxed like this before. And then all of a sudden, I am Barth. And then Barth is like, never really enjoyed being lobotomized as number 2. It's been a while.
You're losing me here.
People there is that mental capacity, and then there's the physical capacity. And sometimes just being an ass or like an ox or something, that can be like relaxing. Like when you don't have to think about the operation or all that, and you can just trust someone who has the energy to do it, you end up relaxing. Some people do that if they're content. If they're not content and it's always been about the hierarchy, that's when they expose themselves.
Shkreli here really quick before we lose the thread. So Shkreli, we go over one Quran verse every single day, and then we learn from the Ummah about the Quran. So today's lesson is 379. Can you read that for us one more time? Because we're gonna get this in our minds this way. We kind of understand what it's saying. We understand that it's unifying. We don't listen to the Salafi boys; they're uneducated. We educate ourselves.
Surah? Is this a surah?
This is a verse.
Okay, where can
it's a chapter. Ayat is a verse.
Because I'd like to read along.
Yeah, go ahead. Read it. Stop. I'll listen to the verse to read. Yeah, what do you want to be? I'm doing this not too small. I could check like a jacket that. It's not cool. The full book. I don't know. I want to do old looking furnace. That's gonna suck.
It's a little weird.
No. I had a one-on-one situation where you get the physical therapist and create a relationship with them. And they know your story, and they sit there one-on-one with you, basically.
That's how I knew they was on fucking Chatter. Did you delete the message? No, I don't delete shit. Okay. Hold on. Somebody sent me that shit. This nigga literally got 2,000 plus messages. He hasn't even opened and read yet. That's why I can't find it.
Here are 3 things to consider before applying for your next credit card. Number 1, your lifestyle. Do you fly a lot? Spend a lot at restaurants?
Mother, among those with us this afternoon are a number of the angel moms who saw their precious children stolen from them by the open border policies of the radical left. Open borders, I call them stupid borders, not open. I call them stupid borders by stupid people that put them there. And the migrant criminals that let them pour into our country. bad things happened. Bad things happened. 25 million people came into our country. Many of them were criminals. Many of them were murderers. They allowed them in with their open border policy of stupidity. These incredibly brave and resilient women have turned terrible tragedy into unyielding resolve, becoming advocates so that their mothers do not have to endure the same heartache that they've felt all their lives. They've felt for so long. They've raised the most beautiful child that is taken, and they've spent so many years. In many cases, I see some of you I've known you for years, and others are unfortunately new members of that club. And I say unfortunately, it's a sad thing. Should have never happened. Should have never happened. In their honor, we've rapidly turned the worst and most dangerous border in the history of our country into the strongest border in American history. We have no people come in during the last 11 months. We have zero. Nobody even tries to come up. You know, you used to read about the thousands of people that would pour in and they'd just come up in caravans. I think it was my name I came up with. It looked like a caravan. 25, 30,000 people pouring up. They walk through Mexico. They come from all different locations, come from all over the world, actually. But they came in through our southern border, and they'd come up and just let them walk in. They'd walk in. Nobody had any idea who they were. They were murderers. 11,888 murderers. They were allowed to come into our country. We've gotten a lot of them out. Many of them murdered more than one person. What a shame. What a disgusting shame. That people can even think that this is okay is pretty incredible. But for the past 12 months, that's been our number. And these numbers are done by people that the numbers when I say zero, I actually mean zero. It's hard to believe, actually. But they're done by people they tend to be somewhat on the left. So they're not going to give us a fair shake. And they say that, people don't come anymore because they know they're not going to get through. So when they know they're not going to get through, they just don't come. And just so that we save a lot of lives, because that journey up from Honduras and El Salvador and lots of other countries, or from the Congo, where they drop them there and they walk up and they come through our country. They emptied the prisons of the Congo into the area of the southern border, and then told them to just walk in because stupid Americans are going to accept you beautifully. And these were hard, mean, vicious criminals they allowed into our country. How anybody can vote for these people is hard to believe, okay? It's hard to believe. But to a friend of mine, Marianne Mendoza. Marianne, where is Marianne? Where are you, Marianne? I got to know you right from the beginning, right? And I won't ask her that, but I would often ask, is it easier with time? Because time has gone by. Marianne, no, it's not. Sadly, it's not. You always hear it with time, but a lot of people say it's not easier. But you're a special woman. I've gotten to be a friend of yours. You're a special woman. What you have to go through is disgraceful. Tammy Nobles. Tammy, are you here? Tammy Nobles. Right. Does time help, Tammy? No. It used to be, time heals all wounds, right? But it doesn't. When you love somebody that much, it doesn't help like it should. Jacqueline Medina, a great person. Where's Jacqueline? Jacqueline, where are you? Thank you, darling. Thank you. And so many others that I want to thank you for coming. And I don't think you've been treated properly. It's hard to believe, but the angel moms have not been treated properly. But this president treats you properly. I can't speak for others, but this one treats you properly. And we love you all, and all I can say is our hearts are out to you on Mother's Day, and you have a good Mother's Day. Go and have a good Mother's Day. In securing our border, we've also made tremendous strides in stopping the flow of illegal drugs into our country. The flood of deadly fentanyl across our border is down by 59%, and the drugs coming in by sea are down by 97%. 97%. And we're trying to figure out who the 3% are, because they are the bravest people on earth. You see how we stop them by sea. For years they'd go and catch the boat, bring it to court, the time of the evening. They'd be back on another boat bringing drugs in. So we gave them warning, and we don't do that anymore. We do it much more efficiently. But they got down by sea. A lot of them came in, about 50%. It's down 97. Now we've started a very strong. The sea was more difficult, and now we've started land, and you'll see it coming down. It's come down a lot, but you'll see it coming down. They come through Mexico for the most part. We have a problem because the cartels rule Mexico, and nobody else. The cartel, they just rule it. And, we lose 200,000 people a year through this poison that pours into our country. So we have the sea done, meaning the ocean, waterways, pretty much done 97%, and we're going to have the land done very soon. I want to thank the brave moms fighting the epidemic of drug addiction, and this afternoon, including Ann Funder, Ann, you're here someplace? Ann Funder does a great job. Wow, good. That's a great job you're doing. Stephanie Rowe, Stephanie, thank you. Thank you, Stephanie. Thank you. Behind the cameras there, Stephanie. Thank you very much. And a friend of mine, Jackie Siegel, is a great mom, great mother. Thank you, Jackie. I've known her for a long time. She looks better now than she did 20 years ago, right? Behind the camera. Thank you very much, Jackie. Last summer, it was my great honor to sign the Halt Fentanyl Act into law, and we'll never give up on that mission for ending the drug epidemic in America. We've come a long way, though. We've stopped massive amounts of drugs from coming in. This afternoon, we're also joined by some of the most extraordinary mothers our nation has ever produced, our cherished Gold Star moms. These are Gold Star moms. These mothers raised up children so selfless and so devoted that they volunteered to wear the uniform of our nation and laid down their lives for all of us. One of those mothers is Janice Chance. Janice? Where's Janice?
Hey kids, even though you always tease me for reading the menu with my phone light and say I never want dessert before eating half of yours, and even the...
Thank you for being here. Just before he went to Afghanistan in 2008, Jesse told his mother, "Mom, I want to go change the world and make it an even better place. I want to make it a better place, Mom." Just before his 30th birthday, even though he had the day off, Jesse volunteered to take the place of a fellow Marine, and that of his brother-in-arms could be present for the birth of a daughter. That day, Jesse gave his life for our country. Jesse was struck down that day by helping somebody else. And Janice, I want to say America is a strong and free nation today because of people like your great son, and we want to thank you for being here. Thank you very much, son. I also want to express my love for the moms with us whose extraordinary heroes gave their lives in the terrorist attack at Abbey Gate in Afghanistan. I got to know you very well. Very well. And these are phenomenal people. We went to a club I own in Bedminster, New Jersey, which is beautiful. They played music. They said, "You actually think he's coming out?" He said, "Yes." And I was going to do just to stop by and say hello. And we ended up listening to music for 4 hours on that beautiful night, looking at the sky, thinking about those wonderful people. Abbey Gate, very well known. Should have never happened. That should have never happened. That was incompetence by the Biden administration. So to Alice Lopez, you know that, right? Yeah, we know that. To Alicia Lopez and Paula Knaus, Self, Coral, Persino, and to all of the Abbey Gate moms, we're thinking of you on this Mother's Day. And again, we had you to the White House. We had you I was over at a very beautiful cemetery, as beautiful as they can be, but, it was a sad occasion. We went over and we paid our respects, but we lost great people that day. We shouldn't have lost any people that day. Gross incompetence. This Mother's Day, we're thinking of all of those incredible moms, and we're doing everything in our power to support them and millions of other mothers all across America. And we're blessed to have many wonderful mothers serving in this administration, including Secretary of Agriculture, Brooke Rollins, who's doing a phenomenal job. Thank you very much. And the first woman ever to serve as a White House Chief of Staff. She's become a legend, Susie Wiles. She's amazing. To help American families and mothers, we passed a great, big, beautiful bill, the largest tax cuts in American history. We expanded the child tax credit to $2,200 from a much lower number per child, and delivered the largest expansion of school choice in American history. We have school choice all over now. We had virtually none. Everybody loves school choice. With accounts, we have a very special thing, the Trump accounts, where we're helping families to set aside tax advantage savings for their children's future, and we are giving every American newborn child $1,000 automatically to invest in to grow over the course of their lives. And I want to thank the Dell family. It's a great family. He is amazing. She is amazing. They've done such a job on that. They put up a lot of money too. Put up $6,250,000,000. That's somebody. And he started making computers on his bed in college and selling them because they were better than other computers. And I said, how did you do that? He said, well, I did it and I just never stopped. It just kept going. So go out and buy a Dell. They're great. We're also working to make it easier than ever before to start a family by lowering the price of IVF, cutting regulatory battles and barriers, and fighting to bring down the cost of living so that more Americans can pursue the dream of, and it's a dream of living just a good life, maybe a great life. We cut drug prices now with the favored nations, most favored nations. We cut them by 70, 80, 90%. You could say 500%, 600, depending on the way you phrase the statement. But we now play, when I was here, this was a big ambition. Right at the beginning, I was able to cut them a little bit, but I didn't cut them. I cut them more than anybody else, which was a little bit, because for 28 years, drug prices and prescription drugs only went in one direction. And when I came back, we now did something that everybody said was impossible. Favored nations. We had the highest drug prices in the world by far. Now we have the lowest drug prices in the world. Can you imagine? So we cut them by 50, 60, 70%, and go out and you'll see exactly. I think it's one of the biggest things that we've done. Drugs that were costing in London $10 for a pill would cost $130 for a pill in the United States. And now, if it's $10 or if it's $20, that's what we pay. We pay the lowest price anywhere in the world, so it's great. And the fake news doesn't want to write about it, but that's why I talk about it, because we have no choice. We have to. So I just want to, again, I want to thank everybody for being here. It's so important. We do things like we keep men out of women's sports, a very popular issue. We stopped transgender mutilization of your children for everyone. We don't have that. But I want to thank every single mother here this afternoon and all across our nation for your work every single day. America's moms are raising the future of our country, the most important. You have the most, we don't call it a job because when you love it, it's not a job. But for this purpose, you have the most important job there is in America or any place else, and you're doing an incredible job. I just want to wish you all a very happy Mother's Day. We're going to have a great Mother's Day, and for those mothers that lost their child, many of whom are with us today, the angel moms and others, Gold Star moms, we love you especially. We love you maybe even the most. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate it. Thank you, everybody.
Okay, guys, we're gonna go back to the.
All right, that was Trump speaking in the Rose Garden to the Gold Star moms, who we love the most. Mothers who lost their daughters and sons to illegal alien invader murderers who murdered their children. Trump has hosted them at the White House. He was talking about cheap drugs and how we took $150 pills to $10 pills, and now we got the cheapest drugs in the world. Rabboni Shalom. Good Shabbos!
Okay, listen, bro. If you want to talk about fully God, I'm fully God, but by seeing it down by 96.
Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is that triangle reverse the sign given on the sacred deed of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sown with gold, the passing of light that I wear. I invoke the sign of the prophets and time. By the sign I invoke music in the song that I made a vow to the flaming sword, crown, charm, and conquering Lord, Horus, Avenger. By the song I invoke thee. My hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke. Mine is the head of the man, and my inside is keen as the hawks. By my bed I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign, given of none, save it thee, O Lord. By the lamed I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of day that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of office and Typhoon. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue figure of the intermediate. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beat of earth, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the Master. Even a cavern, by the word I invoke thee. I know the dark waves of music and the song that I made of old to invoke thee. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, child and conquering Lord, Horus Avenger. My hand is thy sword of revenge. Strike thy cheek. By the sword I invoke is keen as the hawks, by my head I invoked it. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead, my mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoked it. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke it. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none. Save it be of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Free mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold. The flashing of eye that I wear by my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a prophet and typhon. By the sign I invoke it. For mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate. By my crown I invoke it. My fingers travel on the beats of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I hear the one of double power in the voice of the master. Abraham, by the word I invoke thee. Be mine are the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made about to invoke thee. Strike a master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Child of the conquering Lord. Avenger, by the song I invoke thee. In my hand is my sword for revenge. Let it strike at my vision. By the song I invoke thee. The voice of the fight, the voice of the sexy living, the voices. Everyone around. Mine is the head of the man and my insight is keen as the hawks. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. Allow me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By the brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none. Save it be, O.P.P., O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. in a fight that I won. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a office and typhoon. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the token of white and gold. And mine the blue figure at the end of me there. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beats of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. For thou the one that battle power in the voice of the master. Abraham, by the word I invoke thee. Hey, mine heart, the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made, I'm going to invoke thee. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, grow, giant conquering Lord, all of God, by the sword I invoke thee. In my hand is that sword of revenge, let it strike, my life be beaten, by the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the fight, the voice of the six, 11 are the voices. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the ox. By my head I know thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear by my body. I know thee about me. Shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure by their brightness. I know thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse of the sign, given of none save it be of thee. Oh Lord, by the layman. I know thee. Mine is the garment of white, soon. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the ox. By my head, I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear by my body. I invoke thee. About me shining diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness, I. Mine is the head of the urge of God, the vast one, my beats. Mine is the head of the hawk, Abraham! Yes! I bear the rose and cross of life and in the side, the invocation to therefore I say unto thee, enough of this willing man, for that every spirit, whether broken from the bed, or of the ether, or of the air, or of the air, or to the angel in the world, of loving air, or of pushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the first one I take. Mine is the head of the hawk. And ends. 6. I bear the rose and cross of life and light, giving the sign at each abracadabra. Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every son of the earth, on dry land or in the water, a burning air or a rushing fire, and every mine is the head of the hawk, abracadabra. 6. I bear the rose and cross all of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one, my being. You came like dawn in my hands, soft but stronger than your eyes, and my whole night broke in two. I was lost in the noise, now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet light in the middle of the day. Stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath from the feeling. 1 second, you can't stop bleeding. Wisdom of to release what I cannot hold with you. 10 nights, 10 nights, I breathe in your holy calm. The storm in my head lays down like a pall. Wisdom of now it's home. Wisdom of God, yours alone. You came like dawn in my hands, soft but stronger than I knew. My fear turned gold in your eyes, and my old night broke in two. I was lost in the noise, now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet light. In the middle of the day, stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath, hold them all. Hold it close, don't run from the feeling. 1 second, you can't stop believing. Wisdom of God, now it's joy. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, I rise above. Hold, 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 let it go, go, go. You are the answer I needed to know. Your touch is a steady rain on the dust of who I was. Every wound gets named, then it fades in the hush. I don't need 1,000 signs when your name is in my chest. One deep breath, one brave step, and the rest can be blessed. Stop thinking, let I break, pull me through, teach my hands to release what I cannot hold with you. Tell my light, tell my love, I breathe in your holy cold. The storm in my head lays down like a pall. Wisdom of God, now it's joy. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God. Wisdom of God, I'm yours. Wisdom of God is now joy, love, heart, enlightenment. You found me in the quiet with my hands still shaking. I was carrying the hurt like a name I couldn't drop. Then you touched my trouble and the whole room stopped. Stop thinking and your problems. Take the deepest breath of the day. All for 10, not 11. 10, not 9. Stay. Wisdom of God is now joy, love, heart, enlightenment. You found me in the quiet with my hands still shaking. I was carrying the hurt like a name I couldn't drop. Then you touched my trouble and the whole room stopped. Stop thinking and your problems. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10, not 11. 10, not 9. Stay. sign of the open night. A riddle of shadows where whispers lie. The thorny sigh, the maddening cry. Open, open. I am awake. The serpent shakes. The eagle strikes with its jagged claw. The beasts emerge as the gods withdraw. A storm of silence, a broken law. I am born to death, reborn on the hunt. I Come, oh come, I am numb with the lonely lust of devildom. Thrust the sword through the yelling feather, all devourer, all begetter. Give me the sign of the open eye, and the token erect of thorny thigh, and the word of madness and mystery. Oh, the gods withdraw. The great beast come, you I am born to death on the horn of the unicorn. I am I am thy mate. I am thy man. Goats of thy flock. I am gold. I am God. Flesh to thy bone, flower to thy rod, with hoofs of steel. was bright but born to lie. When the mind steps past the haze, the source appears in quiet place. Fashion love light through the shroud, through the cloud, where secrets reside. Through the storm, through the smoke, I survive, I survive. To the mountain can it by the rays of the light, I am bold, like a bolt, like fire in to the shore. Soon the moon brings tides of the You're swooning to me like a spell, like a door. To the light we can't quite stop. By the rage of the night, I am bold, by fire in the sky, through the midnight madness we spoke. You sentinel pine on the cliff clings tight, a silhouette carved in the shadow of night. The stars overhead burn cold and bright, but they can't touch the heat of that flame. By the rage of the rays, I am bold, on fire in the sky. Through the midnight madness we spoke. You and I, I'm bold. Thrill with less lust of life. Oh man, my man, come careering out of the night of Pan, I open, come on, see. I think Dr. James has read the quote, and it's Googleable. So I would invite you to take a look at the quote and then come back and feel free to jump into the
I noticed no one has addressed the exact quote from Kennedy where I read, every black kid is now just standard put on Adderall, SSRIs, benzos, which are known to induce violence. And somehow that doesn't make you squirm a little bit. That the guy in charge of Health and Human Services said,
I think it makes us all squirm. Yeah, we all squirm. I think it's utterly disgusting. And then you have this mindset that this is for all children. It's like very selective. And I think that's also what makes it very disturbing as well. I like when I first heard about it, I watched the video and then I read it. And I was like, why is this okay? Why is this motherfucker has anything to do with healthcare? Why has he not been booted out? But, once again, I guess it doesn't matter. It's just one little thing. And I think everybody's just worried about one little thing. I'm worried about many, many, many things that come out of his mouth. But, hey, it's just
I got to put the sarcasm on really early so nobody misinterprets this. But I think it's because of diversity, equity, and inclusion. So we needed some people with court-filed self-professed brain damage, no medical background in the medical field, especially directing programs. You have to include those conspiracy theorist white guys who are very incapable. Without it, we won't get the kind of diversity we need in healthcare because we need those opinions of people who have never practiced medicine to tell us how medicine works. And people with brain damage, especially the heads off of whales and dump dead bears in Central Park, because there aren't many people like that, and their unique voices are about it. So yeah, you look at this administration, and I think why people don't react maybe is that it feels so obvious, like the racism and hatred and bigotry is so systemic. Like if you look at that quote when they started screaming about DEI, when that one, I think it was the senator, asked them, how are you going to know about racial disparities and maternal mortality if you don't look at racial demographics and look at these facts? And his response is something like, we're getting rid of woke ideology. Who does woke ideology help? And she's like, how are you going to know about Black maternal mortality and death rates? They're like, that's not there. And that's one of the other secrets. Like, if you just plug your ears, blame it on something else, and don't look at the realities, you can say anything. You can be like, this racism is wrong because the people calling out racism have looked at the numbers, and that's what's racist, like our Supreme Court says. So it's a system of entrenching power. And yeah, the narrative that Black people are inherently violent just subtly slid in there, or the idea that Black women can't be dying more or suffering in the healthcare system because it's already equitable. All those tropes just power. In the end, they just serve to entrench these people that don't deserve what they have. That's why it's so cancerous, right? They're leeching off a system that will destroy it. And a lionization of ignorance. I'm fine with the law as simple as the director of our healthcare system should be an expert in healthcare. But you get these people now with podcasts and everything else where it's like, oh, if I'm a public-facing figure and I interview these people and talk with them, that means I'm an expert just like them. Joe Rogan is the same as a physicist because he had a physicist on his show. And then, I believe, I'd have to double check this, but I think RFK, and I certainly know Joe Rogan and others, have even said, you can't trust me, I'm an idiot. And then we give these people power, and it's just like, God, where's it, what is it?
Yeah, and when Joe Rogan does invite somebody like Eric Weinstein, who's a trained physicist, even if you think he sounds cocky, he's actually quite humble, relatively speaking, believe it or not, because he acknowledges that there are super genius physicists out there like Edward Witten. And he says he has a hard time tracking that. And then Joe Rogan in that episode was like, oh, okay, well, then I guess I don't understand anything, And so, you get that once in a while, but I don't feel like it's front and center enough, or at least like a reminder. Maybe there's a way to fix this, maybe not cognitively, maybe not psychologically, but maybe with tools. Give people the ability to kind of interrogate these questions. So maybe these agentic platforms, you can say, hey, I was watching RFK, what's good about what he's saying? What's not good? What's problematic? Where can we fix things? but not just accepting what they're saying on face value, I think is super important. And Dr. James was critical enough to point it out to me that these kinds of discussions are co-opted for these kind of movements, and it's not always appropriate to bunch them together. So to me, that's like a win. I went in with wanting Dr. James to push back on something that I came across, and I got thrown in the ocean, not just pushed off the deck. So I appreciate the swim, Dr. James.
You took us all with.
I'd like to learn how to teach, learn how to learn as a group, and not learn how to be angry. It makes me angry, and I could just sit here and be angry about it. But I'd like to get a new administration into office. We could do that as a group. That'd be great.
I was a little confused what you meant by that. Do you mind? I think I might resonate with you, but I'm not sure. Can you explain? And this is very true.
What I mean by what I just said.
It might just be a me problem where I didn't uptake it right, but I think, yeah, I misunderstood you.
You're saying when someone says something, it's to grab attention. Politics is all about attention, but it's not teaching us what we need to do as a society to move forward, as opposed to just sit and be angry at someone who's a fucking idiot. Like, this guy sounds like a moron. I think his quotes are moronic.
Now, Maha is essentially trying to connect SSRI use to opiate dependence, and there is a sort of solution that's been proposed to UM on this, which is that they want, farms, camps for our kids and our adults to go to, rehabilitate and to go work hard in the sun and, essentially grow organic food, and because food heals everything, and, with God in the mix, perhaps. It's insane. And it wouldn't, and it's true. That's the thing. And there's been a push more and more in this direction. So that's kind of what this stemmed from, was my response to something that I shared with me, because I understood the context of the Maha, who was pushing kind of this idea of, the framing of somehow SSRIs are equivalent to opiate.
I understand that's your industry, and that would make me pissed off at my industry too. So I understand that.
Only because people, the fact that so many people are dying by suicide, and those numbers have increased.
Jimmy, thanks for clarifying that. I think I get what you're saying. It's like you would rather people be didactic and educational than attention grabbing. And I think that, if I understand you correct, I think that's a really fair thing to ask of leaders. Jimmy, but I think our current media ecosystem has made that, if I'm understanding you correctly, like untenable. Because if somebody comes up, like, I was so fascinated by the previous, I believe it was, oh my gosh, I'm forgetting the director, the lead Surgeon General, who used to talk about like the crisis of loneliness. And I didn't think it was initially as serious, and then I looked into medical data, and it was shocking. And it was educational. I could hear him talk and learn something. But I don't think he'll be remembered. And right now, with the media cycle, you need to be constantly remembered and gotten attention to be worth anything. So I think that might feed into what I think it obviously feeds into what you're talking about. And I think we've also started to demonize education. I think it's been a long-term move by authoritarians and quite liberal fascists. The educated elites are bad. And they are elites. They're not just people that have learned something. Like, as a literal teacher at one of these elite institutions, we're just like know this thing in the same way. Like, I would never pretend to tell somebody how to do. Right now, they're doing roofing next door. That guy knows infinitely more than me about roofing. He could tell me what to do all day long. So I think we've done something where it's like, oh, if you're educated, you understand stuff better. And on the flip side, I do think even within academia, this everything from publish or perish to get attention has become so strong that they, in the end, start feeding into this cycle, and it's just really brutal.
disdain for education is not one of the 14 indicators of fascism?
Yeah. It's just a lot of times when you talk about it, you get triggered, so I'm trying to be soft. But yeah, like it's one of the first things that fascist authoritarians as well. Like it's a classic playbook, right? Destroy the universities, destroy the academia, because if it studies the describe a thing, then then they can critique the thing and engage with.
Can I say something that's not popular, Brian? I've noticed this in group things or from a group room in Clubhouse. If I say something that's not popular that rubs people the wrong way, it's taken as no, not now, don't do that. You're messing up the conversation, as opposed to let's rub someone the wrong way, like Dr. James is really angry. Let's get angry together and create someone that wants to step up and be a leader. In other words, why are we so afraid to get angry and get people pissed off? Like, what happened to the America that I used to live in, where we would go down to the town hall and protest in the streets, not because we needed a permit or blah, 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 but we just fucking got angry and did shit. Like, where is that in America? Is everyone afraid to get arrested or get thrown in the Baja concentration camp or ICE take us away? Like,
is that not a legitimate fear?
I think we're at a point where if we're just going to try to argue facts with these kinds of people, like when we try to explain like why we think something is a fact, these kinds of people will view our facts as threats, and they will not, then they're going to double down on their nonsense stuff. I'm not sure that like this is the correct approach. Maybe it might be more. I mean, these people like they already know that like Trump is a bad guy, and like they kind of generally hate the stuff that he does, but they trust him, which is kind of a weird juxtaposition. So I don't know, like this. They're already aware that like already aware of a lot of this stuff. Like every time we criticize like the Baha'i movement or the MAGA movement or like the Iran war or like Venezuela or whatever it might be, the endless wars, the lack of moral fortitude about the Epstein files, for example, they're already aware of all this stuff. So it's not enough anymore to just simply point out the facts to them. They're already aware of what they are. So I don't know. What do you guys think is the next thing? We have to find a way to like help these people like deconstruct from whatever this.
Really feel what you said there, and I think to what you said, look, somebody close to that friend I referenced earlier, my longest lifelong friend, the friend, literal friend of a friend, but one of their closest friends was the Buddhist peace activist that was locked up and tried to be sent to an El Salvadorian prison and missed the birth of his child, because he said he was against any conflict in the Middle East, and he is not for the killing of any life. And since he was from his first child, right now the FBI is investigating somebody who did accurate critical reporting of Kashmir. If you are not a citizen, my partner from Germany, they're talking Germany because they're detaining German citizens who won't unlock all their social media. And if they have critical posts of Trump, are detaining them for days where they're denied access to even lawyers or their counsel general, which is in violation of international treaty. So that's a real threat, right? This isn't like some, and the thing is, people will try and kind of do that move of, oh, you're so woo-woo, this isn't happening, as it's happening. So, okay, that's one component. Yes, there's legit fear. But let's say you're a born and raised, white male American Christian, red-blooded American who's everything that you think of as not being targeted, and they march up to protest. Right now, the system, the new gerrymandering laws and everything that's set up, the electors are picking their representatives. I'm not saying the protest and speech, but we've had record-breaking protests every year for the last several years protesting what's going on. I don't think that moved the needle very much, and the protests are very weak. So you see these town halls, and Team Red comes up and screams, and Team Blue
comes up and screams, a couple people get arrested, and yes, at local places, they're literally like arresting these people that are, following the rules, and the next one comes and does it, but they're on their team. We've made everybody so amped up and angry that going out and expressing outrage feeds the system. It thrives on that. I don't think somebody yelling, and I think that's, I'm not saying it's useless or feckless or we can't weaponize it or do something good with it or constructive, because all those things can happen. But I think the idea of, if Mr. Smith goes to Washington and screams and protests at injustice, things change. No, Congress is hardly ever in session and pass almost nothing. Like the amount of work being done is done behind closed doors with judicial activists saying guns need to be everywhere except anywhere they are while they set the rules. It's the hypocrisy and insulation of the powerful where they want people outraged and screaming. Like, if all the left just disappeared and all the right wing that's in power had utter absolute power, there would be this break because when people are upset, where do they go? But while there's these two kind of mediocre, middle of the road, this argument that it just drifts. And right now, if we're being honest, the drift has just been to the right. That's like we have the center right party and talk about how insane the far right party is. So let's meet in the middle at like the right. And then, okay, so the right's fine and they're like extreme fascists. Let's just meet at far rightism. And it's demonstrably been happening in America. Like, name the last president that didn't drop bombs in the Middle East and try and attack people. It's just become, I feel that need for rage, but I guess the question is like unchanneled rage. I keep saying it. I think the only thing that will be effective, the only time I've seen real change in such a stupid little thing, is when prices gets too high and people will literally resist, or when everybody does an econ. So I think screaming at a town hall won't do much. Getting organized will, or having a general economic strike that's targeted towards businesses. Disney caved when they lost money instantly. Meta and Facebook and all these companies, all this crap, they'll do whatever they can. Google, Apple, they'll flip-flop to whoever has power. But if everybody stopped buying their products, they are, again, just greed and power. So, but I think right now we're so divided that and it feels so feckless. What do we do?
You just said it. You just said exactly what to do. Don't buy the services. Don't be a part of those services. Create a campaign that communicates for other people why it's so great to not be a part of Disney and get rid of your Disney Plus. Start a movement. Start a bagel shop where you cut a bagel in half. One side is Republican, the other side is Democrat. And you go to the condiments and you see exactly how much of our tax dollars are taken out by representing how much cream cheese is in a condiment dish. Teach people how much the lobbyists, it's not the people that are in office, it's the lobbyists that stay there for 30, 40, 50 years that are fucking with all of the people that go in there to help the people that are good people trying to work in Congress, work as senators, work for the American people, but get co-opted because of that system. Start a movement that educates, and if no one wants to do that, let's just stay ignorant.
Has anyone heard of bank transfer day?
Yes, I've done that. I've heard of it.
So you want to tell us about it?
Yeah, you can transfer your money out of banks that you don't want to participate in and go to local credit unions. Move the money locally. And that does hurt economies and it does raise up your local economy. But that's always a good movement.
Thank you for that. I may just do that.
Yeah, one of the only pushbacks. The only pushback I get on that is I already had my stuff and it's inconvenient.
It's just a matter of reprogramming your direct deposits and reprogramming how you pay your bills automatically. Nobody does banking anymore.
I think there's some truth to that. And by the way, like, I would just echo for whatever it's worth, if anybody wants to hear from another voice, credit unions are extraordinarily legit. Like, and banks are shady as hell and probably hurting you if you're there. You're a tool, whereas you're an owner with a credit union. But To your point on education, here's what I found as a literal educator and teacher. People right now hate being taught to. They like choosing who to learn from. So if, let's say, I don't know, Jordan and Io each go make podcasts, and one extols the virtue of AI and one extols the virtue of psychedelics for solving the same problem. The problem is right now that this is the pro and con of decentralization. You can find your own microcosm to learn about whatever you want. So people really hate when somebody teaches something as like objectively true that is challenging or limiting, and they resist that. And because there's so ubiquitous access to information, and again, information can be true or false or propagandist or whatever, and we've been conditioned to be so commercialized that we're used to being propagandized and marketed to everywhere, that I think it's really hard to engage in what would be in academic circles called good pedagogy. Challenging assumptions, trying to have a rational basis, engaging in community, trying to have some grounding in what we teach, making sure we're being self-critical. But, so that idea of other people are trying to teach all the hell over. Like, I'm a professional teacher, I walk around a lot of other people. We try and do community events, we try to see different things. But what tends to happen is an environmental group wants to do something on the benefits of how recycling could be done effectively. So everybody who's already informed and cares about that shows up. And I'm being a little bit hyperbolic. Like, there's 1% to 2% that's like, oh, this is new to me and I want to learn. But I think what you're talking about is like, oh, challenge the system and critically engage and stuff like that. And that's usually people are already on board or they're there. So I guess what I see happening more and more is people just trying to give their opinion on the solution for what's happening.
Challenge the system,
right? And if you look at a lot of podcasting that's educational, it's either just, here's this bird you've never heard of and why it's so important in the environment, or it's like, that bird was important being killed off, we think this is the solution. But a lot of times it's really weird. It's like on this app, if you start teaching something or saying something, in most spaces they'll want the other side there because they don't want to be taught to, they want to be entertained by the debate about what it's about and why it matters. It's a really weird thing, and you can see it on this app all the time.
So it's ruined CNN, and they changed the format like that, right? Just having talking heads opposing. Supposedly that makes it more interesting to a viewer, but I can't stand it. It's exhausting. Y'all know I do some media stuff, and I was kind of off of a show as a recurring guest because they said I was too moderate. I was like, oh, she's too reasonable. Like, we mix it up, and I was like, oh, okay, well then I'm not the right one for you. So feel free, carry on, mix it up as you.
It's so funny because I think you are very, I wonder if they meant moderate or you're, I'm saying the right words, like not graceful, like you're not non-confrontational, but there's some degree, oh, you don't want to just shut down argument authors. And I think what they meant is they want that because I don't know, I think, what's that, Andrew?
They want that back and forth. Because if you shut it down, you don't have the conflict. You're going back and forth with the points.
Exactly.
Once you shut down, it is what it is.
Yeah, I was like, you don't want me to be right? Well, I mean, you'll just come out, you'll just like say something, and it'll just end the argument. Huh? I was like, okay,
That's what we need.
That's what the society needs, but that's not what they need.
Yeah, exactly.
They need conflict. Conflict makes people tune in.
Right. I think it's a really interesting fact to get the bulk of your information and the original intention. I mean, if I was being generous, I would say, okay, it's great to kind of hear both sides of an issue, right? That's like debate 101 from high school, but it's really got to a point where it's just entertainment. It's not about getting to some clarity around the issue. And it's bizarre in a 24-hour news environment. Like, you have all the time in the world
Why do we have to answer this in 45 seconds? Why did you choose that format as a way to kind of address this like huge problem? I think it's bizarre. And then the flip side of it is Joe Rogan can talk for 3 hours. And and it's successful. So like what you're saying isn't even true about attention spans and whatever. So I think it's just a fascinating place that we come to into how we discuss things and how we think about things.
I think a lot of this comes down to, I missed it was you said like it's profitable for them or is it good for them? I think one thing I think about a lot is like obviously debate's my career. And I think about high school debate and it's extraordinarily problematic. Like that's why I'm always one toe in and out. A huge part of my teaching is literally just encouraging kids to be critical of what they're doing and think about it. Because it does encourage, like, as long as debate is a game, and that's what we've kind of turned life into, this kind of kayfabe of making everything performative, then, okay, like, should we, today's debate topic, are Black people 3/5 of a human? Let's have a really good debate on it. And you're going to be on this side, and you're going to be on that side, let's talk about their humanity. And this, a long time ago, started to become an issue of, like, well, is that good? Like, we're picking the topics. So a huge thing of a debate is, like, what topic? What's the format? Do we all have to disagree? Can we all agree with the topic? And sometimes this limiting of it can lead you to a really higher place where you end up like not engaging with the topic, but engaging with the system or engaging with how we engage with this kind of meta conversation of what you're doing. But it makes it insular and unreal. And I actually see that reflected in our real life. I see that with our media and stuff like that, where it's like the performative, like, let's bring on the left winger, right winger. They just killed 3 babies. How's that going to help them? Gas prices are up. Will that affect Democrats in the midterm? Did Biden up gas prices? Oh, by the way, 1 million people died. Okay, back to, you. What do you think about on this and that? And it's this performative joke. And what I've been trying to do myself is, I don't think there's a way out of that, really, with how it is, because all framed is like good and bad. Which team are you on? So I've been trying to make things, this might sound kind of weird, but algorithmic in a very human way. Like, I just wish, like, our politicians and our leaders and our media, it's one of the only ways I've found, like, when I get my hair ready to pull out on Clubhouse, I'm stupid enough.
I was gonna say, like, obviously they're all kind of, they got the wrong idea about, everybody isn't, mindset, like, everybody has, like, my bank account is shrinking, my mother is 73 and she just lost her health insurance and she can't get a job. I'm like, it's stuff like this.
In the matrix a little bit.
But you think about on this and that, and it's this performative joke. And what I've been trying to do myself is, I don't think.
JL said, I think Clubhouse is having issues. Steve, I'm trying to bring you up. I see that you raised your hand, but can you go out and come back in? Maybe that'll help us.
I'm so sorry. I raised my hand inadvertently. Carry on and ignore.
You were not. It was not possible to ignore your message.
I was so wondering why 7 people invited me simultaneously. I'm like, was something said that people think my input would be useful? It was completely accidental. Ignore.
A moment of levity. There used to be this show, and my favorite character on it was like a 15-foot tall character that would just come around and yell at people as loud as it could to ignore him. And so I could feel Steve coming up to Eddie and be like, no, please ignore me. It's just the best attention getter you can get to. But speaking of laws, did you guys see that? And I just love this, on a 4-3 decision, Virginia struck down their new electoral gerrymandering, while 4 more Republican states have announced gerrymandering that will get rid of, like Tennessee's case, the only Black district, which they immediately did after the gutting of the Voting Rights Act, which they said, wouldn't do anything. So when we were talking about division and stuff like that, it's functionally completely now come down to politicians picking their electorate. And if they can slice them up enough, and with good AI algorithms and more targeted data and social media information in the government, they can probably very effectively slice it out. So it's a great time to be an American.
In Soviet America, a politician picked you.
Do you think it's going to be enough Congress people, though, to not let the Dems take the House?
We'll see.
I think
they did that. It was
Elliot, are you trying to talk? I see you unmiked, but I can't hear you.
Yeah, I was wondering if you could hear me. I only have like 2 bars on my.
I heard that.
Okay, geez, man, yeah, it's a bummer. The Virginia thing, I think the court, was it the Virginia Supreme Court, they struck it down on like a technicality because they said that at the special session that was called in order to pass this, the gerrymandering thing was actually, it has to be called specifically for that purpose. And so, because it wasn't called explicitly for that purpose and for some other reason, they said, they struck it down because of that. But that's just a silly technicality. The state legislature could just call another special session and do it the right way. And there you go. So I don't think this is going to.
Yeah, it's a bummer. The idea of kind of like, this is my woe is me kind of statement, like this feeling like only one side has to follow the rules. This set of mores is just applied so intensely on one side and not the other. I hate asymmetry in the way that it's happening, right?
I think the legislators who are calling for this stuff, they should be outed, like really publicize the exact names of these people that are behind this stuff. Shame them.
But would it shame them? I think winning is everything.
But you have to have shame to feel shame.
Yeah.
Like everybody else.
I think shame is dead.
No. Had it for history. And when things go back to normal, start moving in another direction, then we'll see.
Yeah, I think that shame is an interesting concept in these conversations. I think I'm not seeing a ton of shame. I'm seeing a lot of victory around successfully advancing, their objective. I think it's interesting. But it makes all of this really difficult because you look at something and you say, wow, this is wrong, and that only works if the other side thinks it's wrong too. But I'm not seeing a ton.
I feel like I need a cigarette after this chat we've all had today. I mean, I really feel like we've all had a wild time of it. IO is to blame for the entire thing, by the way.
Fucking Canadians.
IO's got that mad scientist energy.
Jersey James sure was in the house.
Oh, yeah. You betcha.
Dr. James, I'm sorry. I just came in this room to tell you, last Saturday we were talking and I was trying to get you to play the sports book to invest your money into the Philadelphia 76ers.
What ended?
They ended up winning, and it was the first time they were a team down 3-1. They never won. So you would have made a lot.
So you gave me good financial advice that I didn't take, and now
I gave you bad betting sports advice that was stupid. If you had listened to me, you would have had a lot of money.
therein lies the rub. I can see the allure.
But I'm using that as a metaphor for what's going on in our country right now, because that's kind of where we're at. A bunch of people didn't want, these people in Drain the Swamp. We don't want these corrupt people in our government. Let's vote for someone who's not a government person. Let's vote for Trump. He'll take care of us.
I was watching a documentary on Hunter S. Thompson last night, in this old gonzo form of political writing, and I feel like we need a few Hunter S. Thompsons to come in and just fit in.
I'm not familiar. Who's Hunter S. Thompson?
Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. Essentially, he used the character in this book. He was a political writer. I say back in the day, back in the 70s or something, that he would. He didn't just talk politics directly about the thing in a literal way. He talked about the entire context of it, like the zoo, the landscape of, so like if he were reporting on, let's say some horse race, he wouldn't report on the horse who won. He would report on all the people who come to see it and all the different, culture and people groups within it, and kind of the way, kind of the grotesque nature of the entire process itself, and had kind of a meta way he would dissect it by taking things to kind of its ultimate extreme. And so he had this character that he built around himself that the movie Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas was about, for example, where it was basically a way for him to say the things he wanted to say, but through the vehicle of a character that was extremely extreme, I guess, for lack of a better word. But he was also an extreme character in real life too. So it was almost like he created a fictional character that was actually him to be the vehicle of what he wanted to say. I just feel like it kind of fits. And his form of reporting was called Gonzo, G-O-N-Z-O.
Mine is the head of the man, and thy insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given on one sacred deed of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of my soul, with gold of mercy, my light I wear. as I invoke Mine is the head of the man, and my inside is keen as the hawks by my bed I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triumph, reverse the sign, given on none. Say the key of thee. What right now is we're actually inside the stop singing song. I invoke thee. Watch your mind, so you want to disturb his logic. What's it all about? my sword of revenge, right by the sword and hold thee. Voice of the 611 are the voices. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the horn by my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead, my mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. Upon me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By the brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none. Save it be of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Free mine is the garment of white with gold, the flashing of eye that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a prophet and time. By the sign I invoke thee. For mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue figure of the intimate. By my crown I invoke thee. want pain and fear. I'm a body I invoke thee. We shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By the brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none. Save it be, oh keep me, oh Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white stone with gold, the flashing of light that I wear. I'm a robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a office and life. Mine is mine I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white and gold, and mine is the figure at the end of the year. I'm a throne I invoke thee. My fingers travel at the beats of birds, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. All my fingers I invoke thee. For thou the one that will cover in the eyes of the master. And the heart of God. By the word I invoke thee. Hey, mine heart is not the waves of music in the song that I made of all to invoke thee. Strike the master chord. Try the flaming sword. Strike the conquering Lord. Amen, God. I just Lord I invoke thee. In my hand is the sword of debate. Let it strike. My life be beat. By the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the fight. The voice of the six, 11 of the voices. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the ox. By my head I know. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is my mother bore me with labor and pain and fear by my body. I know about me. Shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure by your brightness. I know mine is the red triangle reverse of the sign, giving of none, save it be of thee. Oh Lord, by the layman. I know mine is the garment of white, so my body. I-O-D. About me, shiny diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness, remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or of the earth, or dry land, or of the air, or dwelling air, or of rushing fire. And every spell and scourge of God, the vast one might be. Mine is the head of the hawk, Abraham! I bear the rose and cross of life and
You ain't even all in the ground.
I was waiting for a sign to start, like a map drawn out in the dark. Now the city's calling out my name. Give me the sign of the open eye, a riddle of shadows where whispers lie. The thorny thigh, the maddening cry. Open, I am awake. The serpent shakes. A storm of silence, a broken love. I am born to death, reborn of the heart. Under neon skies where the star comes, shadows whisper truths as the bassline drums. My will is fire, unchained, untamed. No path is written, no soul is blamed. Thou hast no right but to thy will. Feel the stars, let the silence fill your will. On flames, is alive, is still. Delivered from the lust of the thrill. Shattered glass where circuits glow. The clock ticks slow, but it doesn't show. No purpose, no tether, just a beat and sink. Every way perfect, on the edge, on the brink. No chains, no bars, just a void to fill. Every pulse, every spark is a perfect will. Thou hast no right but to thy will. Feel the surge, let the silence fill your will. I walk alone where the silence hums. No shadows chase, no voices calm. The air is still, it wraps me tight. No fear, no sin, no way to bear. The sweetness whispers everywhere. Sweetness of sunshine fills my veins. Small rivers wash my chains. No need for gold, no need for fame. This quiet place, it knows my name. The gift of health, it lights my way. Contentment blooms where I choose to stay. Trust is the bridge where hearts align. No fear, no sin, no way to bear. And the sweetness whispers everywhere. Sweetness of solitude fills my veins. Rivers wash my chains. No need for gold, no need for fame. This quiet place, it knows my name. No fire burn like passion wild. No losing through like hatred piled. This body aches, a cage of stone. Rest whispers soft, the only throne. Hunger's the beast, the sharpest sting. Body that cries, its constant claim. But load and load to truly see and awaits, it sets us free. Pain walks close, a shadowed friend. Each step we take, it will attend. But joy lies quiet, just out of view. A higher peak, a sky so blue. chain is tight. This body's war, this endless fight. But higher still, beyond the fray, rest calls my name, and I let us live, let us breathe, free as air. No hate, no chains, no despair. Among the shadows, we shine so bright. We carry peace into the night. I believe let us heal, free from strife. No moments cling, no weight on life. Among the weary, we'll stand tall. A gentle voice for one and all. Happily then, we'll rise again. maddening cry. Open, I am awake. The serpent shakes. Be open, the eagle strikes with its jagged claw. The beast emerges as the gods withdraw. A storm of silence, a broken law. Open, be open, be open. I am born to death, reborn on the horn of the unicorn. By the mystical union of fairy and fawn, a dance in the shadows from dusk until dawn. Unspoken the whispers that drift through the trees. Unbroken the vow carried soft on the breeze. Oh, fiery Valkyrie, I invoke, through the flames and the embers, the spell is bespoke. Your arrows and slinging, their springs tender glow. A force wild and brilliant, a power I know. A secret communion of hearts left unsown. The listless, resistless, tumultuous tongue. Through veins of the morning, her armor does gleam. The warrior spirit ignites every dream. No godhead could charm her, no throne could command. But manhood awakened, she took up her stand. In brilliance resilient, her fire does burn. A goddess of spring, with the world left to turn. and singing the spring's tender glow. A force wild and brilliant, a power I know. By the mystical union of fairy and fawn, a dance in the shadows from dusk until dawn. Unspoken whispers that drift through the trees, unbroken the vow carried soft on the breeze. Oh, fiery Valkyrie, invoke, I invoke. Through the flames and the embers, the stars bespoke. Your arrows unsling in the spring's tender glow. A force wild and brilliant, a power I know. A secret communion of hearts left unsung. The listless resist its tumultuous tongue. Through veils of the morning, her armor does gleam. Warrior spirit ignites every no godhead could charm her, no throne could command, but manhood awakened, she took up her stand. Embraced as the ends, her fire does burn, a goddess of spring, with the world left to turn. Oh, fiery Valkyrie, I invoke, I invoke. Through the flames and the embers, the spell is bespoke. Your Clings tight, a silhouette carved in the shadow of night. The stars overhead burn cold and bright, but they can't touch the heat of that flame.
that regard, but I think you have to look at motivation very carefully. God, I'm getting a lot of thumbs up and thumbs down. I don't know who agrees and who disagrees.
So, Dr. Jordan, explain to me then why, after the Supreme Court decision, which said that congressional districts cannot be drawn up taking into consideration race to favor any particular group, why immediately after that, I think 4 southern states rushed to redistrict in a manner in which eliminates black representation in Congress if it's not racial. I'm going to have a hard time understanding that, but I think probably if anybody can convince me that I'm wrong in my observation, it is.
Well, I don't want to expose my naivete. I'm just simply speaking from a larger not a higher elevation, but from a broader perspective of, I think there's a long game in all of this, and the long game to me is always political, whereas racial animus is really personal, and if you're not personalizing it, I don't buy it as being racial, and maybe that's a horrible response or reply to you, but that's how I look at it.
No causation between the Supreme Court decision and this rush to redistrict in the manner in which they are redistricting.
Well, I see racial undertones, but I see the judiciary and the executive branch, whether they're filled by Democrats or Republicans, as being political always, because they're very self-serving, and so they it's not to say they wouldn't resort to a racial bias in their in terms of tainting their moral compass, but the first thing, the priority to them is always the long game. I don't know if that clarifies any more or not my stance.
Thank you, Dr. Jordan, and just for your own edification, I didn't give you a thumbs up nor a thumbs down. Steve, followed by Andrea.
Hey, Gary. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Oh, okay. Well, Gary, let me ask you this. If a population, as the population is voting 89 to 92% for one political party, does that mean that by the nature of the population that if you try and dilute that voting base, it makes you racist? In 2020, I just looked it up.
You want me to answer that, or you want me? I can wait.
Well, let me just put the caveat. In 2020, I just looked it up. 87 to 92% of the black population voted for Joe Biden. Now, if you're trying to gain seats in Congress, and if you have a voting bloc that's voting that way, and you're trying to dilute that voting bloc, do you immediately go to racism, or do you go to the obvious, which is this is the Democratic stronghold of voters?
Okay, so the thing is, the initial redistricting effort, the opening salvo occurred in Texas.
Okay.
I don't believe was racially motivated. It was politically motivated. If it's racial, the racial colors are blue and red. Those are the colors in Texas. However, the subsequent southern state redistrictings attempts in Tennessee, Louisiana, Alabama, that occurred immediately after the Supreme Court decision, and in which the redistricting proposals were mapped out in a manner which coincidentally or deliberately eliminates black representation by combining districts that are that are next to one another in order that at least one of those black members of Congress cannot stand for re-election because one's going to primary out the other. I don't see how I cannot wrap my mind around any conclusion other than that was racially motivated. Now, you may argue otherwise, and that's fine, but it seems pretty obvious. Now, you can argue that the law which permitted the original districting that favored black representation was unconstitutional, and what they are doing is a proper redress to that, and that's fine for you to make that argument. But to suggest that there's not a racial component in it just doesn't pass Gary's smell.
Well,
it may
okay. Well, Gary, let me ask you this. If you have two districts and both of them are Democratic and your objective is to get more Republicans, your immediate instinct is not that we're eliminating a Democratic seat. Your instinct, I'm hearing you say, is there's got to be underlying racism.
It's based on the Supreme Court decision that they're doing this. They didn't do it before the Supreme Court decision. So obviously it's racially motivated. It may be to redress a law that was racially disadvantageous to you or me because of our skin color, but it 100% is racially motivated. And if you can't see that, I don't know what more I could say about it. But you asked.
Well, let me ask you this: before this latest round, the Texas, California, Virginia, Tennessee, all these states started doing this redistricting. In New England, it's generally considered that New England has a population based to 40 to 45% Republican. You know how many congressmen from New England, that conglomerate of states, are Republican here?
That has nothing to do with the discussion at hand.
It absolutely has something
zero
to do.
So is there an attempt to redistrict the New England states
talking about
based on racial? Is there an attempt to take advantage of the Supreme Court decision and redistrict any state in New England? Yes or no? Can you name one?
Why would you redistrict when you already have what you want? Why would you do it?
Then what's your point?
My point is that these are motivated by political power. If you have two black districts and you got inside those black districts Democrats, and you redistrict where you eliminate one Democrat and you could possibly...
And why did they try to redistrict based on the rules that existed before the Supreme Court ruling? They're redistricting Wait. Let me finish asking. I'm going to let you answer. I always let you answer. What they are doing is redistricting based on the Supreme Court ruling with regard to districts that favor greater black representation. So they are redressing what they feel is an unfair advantage to black representation. They are addressing that specifically. They're not addressing. They're not addressing.
Okay.
They're not
now hold on.
Hold on. I haven't finished saying it.
Well, I think you've said enough about it.
Okay. Well, I'll let you moderate. Go ahead.
No, I mean, to the point that I was trying to get at, I don't want to moderate. But
no, you can't. You can.
What I was trying to get at is power of chief to do that would be unconstitutional.
But you cannot argue that it's not based on race because of the decision of the Supreme Court was based on race. Just call it what it is. Say this, Steve. If you say this to me, the districts were unconstitutionally drafted in a way that favored black representation, and we are redressing that wrong because it disproportionately represents black people, then say it. But that's obviously race.
I mean, if that was the case,
if I'm hold on 2 seconds. Like y'all right forth. There's a really, really good example. It's exactly what Gary is talking about. It's the state of Louisiana. Louisiana constructed maps right after the Supreme Court decision, and they were struck down by a federal appellate court because they were drawn racially, which is now unconstitutional. The same maps Louisiana is doing again to get to be made their maps. So maybe it's not everybody, but it's certainly Louisiana, and Louisiana is certainly in the former Confederate South, and the states in the former Confederate South still hold those views. It's just not as many people. They're still there. Because Reconstruction was never finished, people still hold those views. So you do have to take into account that it's not just political. You can't just say it's all Machiavelli or Dr. Jordan, but you can't say it's all political and not take into account the cultural heritage and history of a place, and noting that it still animates people. I mean, Robert Byrd was in the Senate until what, the 80s? Something like that. I guess my point here, Steve, is that there is an element certainly argue that there's some political stuff to this, because I think that was Texas, right? Because we didn't draw out Hispanics. We drew out Jasmine Crockett's district because she was particularly caused some ire for the big three, Lieutenant Governor, Governor, and Speaker of the House. But it was more political than it was racial. Louisiana's was more racial than it was political. And so we got to recognize those.
Marshall, let me ask you this, a serious question, because I've lived in the deep South a little bit. Do you think at this time that there's enough of that undertone that you just talked about to wield the political power that would be necessary to achieve these things? I don't think there's enough of it present, Marshall. Sure, there's a little of it there, but to the extent to permeate the political system, to the extent that you could get this type of movement, I don't believe it's there. Not based on my experience in the South.
That's not what I mean. What I mean is you mix people together, and so yes, there are going to be some people in that group that make decisions that do it ethically and do it the right way and represent the people, but there are also those members that hold on to the lost cause mythology that still hold racial animus, and they may not be in Congress, but they are community leaders. They are people who go back a long period of history who people look to, right? I'm not saying that the South has not made great strides since the Civil War. What I am saying is the South's genetic undertone from the start of the country is still there. It's not gone away.
Let me ask you this. So, when the Supreme Court addressed what was going on in Harvard, and if Harvard corrected that admissions thing they done based on what the Supreme Court said in their decision, does that make the faculty at Harvard racist?
No, which is why I didn't use that as an example. It's why I didn't use the term racist. I said based on race.
Yeah, but
you use the term racist, which may very well apply. But to say that if you're taking advantage, and I'm not saying taking advantage in a negative sense, if you're taking advantage of a Supreme Court decision that is a decision that was about congressional districts defined based on race, and now you're